throbbing on the springtime windowsill, and longer than the song of a whippoorwill. A whippoorwill.
Let me welcome you to the 2013 Alabama Jr Beef Expo. Today we'll be working the marketing animals. These are performance documented. The first one in is entry 223, Megan Crittenden from Elmore County. This class is sponsored by Lamar County Farmers Federation. The judge for today is Mr. Chad Holtkamp, owner and operator of Holtkamp Cattle Company in West Point, Iowa. He and his wife began their cattle company as a first-generation operation in 1988. With a start of 4 cows, they now consist of a full-time cattle operation. Champions have been originated from HCC at the national and state levels. Cattle are marketed through multiple sales throughout the year, with emphasis on purebred cattle as well as club calves. Chad has judged numerous livestock shows, including events such as the North American in Louisville, the American Royal, the Fort Worth Stock Show, and Denver's National Western. Chad earned his animal science degree from Oklahoma State University and his associate's degree from Black Hawk East College. Recently, Chad was included into the Black Hawk East Livestock Hall of Fame. He was a member of the national champion livestock judging teams for both Black Hawk East and Oklahoma State University. He and his wife, Kim, have 2 sons, Skylar and Dakota.
Good morning to everybody. Sure, my pleasure to be back here to evaluate your show and share my opinion. It's just it's always a great honor when somebody wants to bring you in, work with your youth and your young people, and basically give an opinion of some of my past experiences I put together to come and evaluate your cattle here today. We got a nice steer to go ahead and start here. The young lady brings us the Angus steer. You know, when you look at him and study him from a balance standpoint, he looks really good from the side. He's straight and level down his top. He's good in terms of his rib shape. You know, I think for an Angus steer, I think he's adequate in terms of muscle. I think we could probably power him up as an individual just a little bit in terms of stoutness and in power, but yet I think he's smooth, doing good in terms of putting some condition on, doing a lot of the right things. So if you would join me, we'll start there this morning. Give her a nice round of applause. Good way to start our show out here today.
We have a single entry in Class 2, This is also Megan Crittenden from Elmore County. This class is sponsored by Perry County Farmers Federation. Also sponsoring the performance documented classes today is the Portsmouth Creek Indians.
As we get out here, and Megan brings us another one, brings us her performance Angus Cross heifer, an August heifer, doing a nice job. And we talk about as she brings her back out here, just a good built heifer. I think she's very proportional. Again, we talk about cattle with some balance. I think she does some things, really good. I would say even for her age, she's just a little bit moderate in terms of size as we take a look at. And you talk about her weaning weight there in the 400s. I think we can look at, doing a good job, but we could have maybe just a little bit more. But I will say that, that heifer is well cared for. Got a good look, good presentation. Young lady did a nice job. Again, commend her for doing a very nice job.
Winning Class 2 is entry 224, Megan Crittenden from Elmore County. Class 3 is coming in. We have 2 entries. Class 3 is in. These are performance documented heifers weighing 805 to 860. Entry 237 is Clay Lynn from Marshall County. 35 is Lane Thomas from Shelby County.
as we get out here in this pair, very, very close. And I think as you get out here and as you look at the data, as we get Clay's data to go and compare to Lane's, very, very, very slight differences in terms of weight per day of age and their average daily gain and some things there. And you just look at their data and just I think they've got some good to them. I appreciate both the young men's. Very knowledgeable in terms of what we're talking about there. So then it gets down into some phenotypic things, but as we go through, I felt, Lane I was very comfortable with him going through the data there in his sheet, and his heifer to me is just, she's very practical in terms of the way she's built. I think she's very maternal in terms of the way she's put together. She's got some upper rib shape to her. She's got some dimension. She's really attractive in terms of the way she is out there from her hooks to her pins and the way she comes down in terms of her structure. I like that about her really well. Her maternal build and balance is kind of where I place that emphasis there today. The blue roan heifer, she's probably got just a little bit more look to her, maybe just a little bit cleaner in terms of her lines when you look in terms of her front end. But for me, just a little bit, she's a little bit more up in terms of her tail head, a little flatter in terms of her shape, not maybe quite as shapely in terms of condition versus body, but very, very close. And I think that pair of cattle could go either way depending on what you wanted to do. But my compliments to two very good young men.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 3 is entry 35, Lane Thomas from Shelby County. In second is 237, Clay Lynn from Marshall County. Class 4 is coming in. We have two entries. These weigh from 1,055 to 1,085. First in is entry 362, Clayton Cosper from Randolph County. And then 353 is Sammy Huey from Randolph. While the judge is finishing this, if you want to watch the show today, or you want to let anyone else know, it's live stream at jrbeefexpo.com. Live stream at jrbeefexpo.com.
this was interesting. I got on the sheet and trying to look through and trying to decipher between their average daily gain and some of their performance data. And these two heifers are identical in terms of their numbers, in terms of their average daily gain, their average weaning weight. They just have the data is exactly the same, so there's not anything we can do there to look at, and we can talk to the young people. But so then this just comes down after we get down putting our data together to get out here. We're just coming out here and making the best we could do from a phenotypic standpoint of where we want to evaluate the cattle. So for me, it's pretty handy for me to find a young man's black heifer. She's got more center body, more capacity. How as I read her, as a cow guy, just to me, she's going to be a lower maintenance, easier maintaining type of a female. We can keep her back in there and keep her in the herd where we could have some longevity. And not saying the second baldy heifer is going to have issues with that, but for me, when you get cattle that need a little more capacity, a little tighter in terms of their body, for me, sometimes that they would just have a little harder time for them in our part of the country for maintaining and staying with there. But both are nice heifers. I like them. I just prefer the center body, the dimension of the black heifer over this black baldy heifer. And I do like the extra length and extension that you get with a black baldy heifer, but we've got identical weights, identical numbers.
Winning Class 5 is entry 362, Clayton Cosper from Randolph County. In second is 353, Sammy Huey from Randolph. Class 5's coming in. We have two entries. They weigh from 1120 to 1185. First in is entry 147, Victoria Thompson from Lee County. Next in is 352, Sammy Huey from Entry 352 is Sammy Huey from Randolph County. Just let everyone know that the parade today has been canceled because of rain, and it looks like by 9 o'clock it's going to be right on top of us.
As we get out here and trying to dissect some data numbers as we get out here, and a lot of it you can talk to the young person and you can get a lot of information where you want to go to. And young lady here with this red heifer, very, very knowledgeable. She's got some passion as you take a look at. She's got a heifer with a ratio of 126. She's got some doability, got some look to her, look like one that's doing well when you look and try to match her up way she looks out here standing to us. But a very feminine, nice made, good kind of female to go ahead and start out and win this class. And then Sammy's December 27th heifer, she's still a ratio 102 in her contemporary group, had done well. I like her squareness to her body. Like the way she blends from her shoulder to her forerib and her midsection really well. Not quite maybe just the extra extension, but I think that one there is still body shape and type, very complementary to what I like and what we can make work. She's a moderate in terms of her size, but I just see her as just a low input kind of a female from that standpoint there. So young man's got a nice heifer. That was a nice pair.
Winning Class 5 is entry 147, Victoria Thompson from Lee County. In second is 352, Sammy Huey from Randolph County. By virtue of being the single steer in the performance documented show, that will also be your champion. That's entry 223, Megan Crittenden from Elmore County. We're ready for our class winners and the heifers to come back in. First in from Class 2, weighs 560 pounds. This is entry 224, Megan Crittenden from Elmore County. From Class 3, entry 35 is Lane Thomas from Shelby County. From Class 4, entry 362 is Clayton Cosper from Randolph. And from Class 5, entry 147 is Victoria Thompson from Lee. The judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion performance documented heifers.
As we get out here, ready to pick our first division winner here in our performance documented cattle, and where we're taking some tracked data that the young people have to keep track of their animals, and then we put that in combination with a little bit of phenotype. And where is that important? I mean, that is so important. No matter what you do, you've got to know where we're at. Just in terms of your records, because you're going to have records to start to be able to control, to have to identify expenses and costs, to be able to control them, to make yourself competitive as an operation to make it work. And then we need to have some data, because we still, we need to be efficient, because we still sell these cattle, by the pound, so we're still going to have to get as much performance as we can get out of them. And there's just so many components, and that's when we go through on the phenotypic side. There's a lot that goes into where we're at, what kind of feedstuffs you've got, what kind of shape, and you're talking about trying to make guesses from my standpoint there on structure of where they're going to last, in terms of, can they be low maintenance cattle, can they have longevity to stay in the herd. And that's when we talk about structure. That's why we talk about body, as we try to put that back in there. Can they go out, do their job year in and year out? Because it takes several years before you get a cow in the herd, before she even comes around to be a profitable unit on your operation. So those are some keys that the kids have to learn. There's a lot of numbers, a lot of data that we can go through and break apart, but you've got to start somewhere. I commend them for that. I think it's very important, and I think it's really good. As far as coming through here, as I get out here and I stand back to the side, we still have some very good cow prospects out here, starting with the young ladies heifer there in that first August heifers, where we go up and ramp up in terms of age. But you look across these in terms of what they're trying to do, cattle that have some body, have some dimension to them that we could look and talk about. So as we work our way on down and we come out here, as far as champion in this division, this young lady here, I think she's got a true passion for the cow business. As you talk about her, her heifer ratioed really well, very good in terms of data. Phenotypically, we bring her back in the ring. I think she does some things really well. There's some things that I would change about her personally from a phenotypic standpoint, just in terms of giving her a little more power. But I like her look. Her data reads good. Young lady there, give her a nice round of applause. She'll be our champion in this division. Congratulations.
Your champion performance documented heifer comes from Class 5, entry 147, Victoria Thompson from Lee County.
As we get here in this group, young man, you're good right there. We'll let this heifer, yep, you fill that fourth hole. He can come back in. He'll actually set in right there in front of you to keep our classes in terms of broke out. So here's where we come into in this standpoint here, and that's what I go look at and try to go through. Now we have, if you go through and look at some ratios, the ratio says that the two heifers to the back maybe have a little bit more than Lane's heifer that comes there in that second class. But when you go back and look at her from an adjusted weaning weight number, she's actually bigger from those cattle. So, so you've got some gives and takes, lots of things to look and digest. But when you look through and call the data fairly close, and still impressed with that. Young man, I like your heifer. She's got some body, she got some balance, going to make a nice cow. You're going to be a reserve champion in this division. Congratulations to you.
Your reserve champion comes from Class 3. That's entry 35, Lane Thomas from Shelby County. We have a single class of feeder class, average in weight from 360 to 830. There's 4 entries. First in is entry 240, Caleb Glover from Walker County. 23 is Colt Thomas from Franklin, and 22 is Colt Thomas from Franklin. I have a phone at the announcer's table that was left in the ladies' restroom. If you're missing your phone, it's here at the announcer's table.
We's out here talking to these young fellas here a little bit. The young man here with a market heifer owns both of them, and that's what I was just telling him as we got to the backside. I said, the young man there helping you, Either you did a good job. Most of the time when somebody, and if you have two, sometimes you let your buddy just go ahead and get the ornery one that wants to steal, but yours is the one in sitting still. So that's what I was just telling him as he comes out here. I said, your buddy is, he's whooping you on showmanship in terms of just getting them to stand there. So, it's fun to see him smile and have a good time. So we have some differences with the market heifer, but where I like her just in terms of where she didn't make weight to get there, so we're in the prospect side of things, but she maybe just doesn't have the muscle of his steer here, the Blue Robe, but I do like her extra length and extension. I tell you where she does have some things. You get up on top of her, she's wide in terms of her back. She's big in terms of her top. She doesn't have enough in terms of down low in terms of muscle for the market side here yet, but we're talking about prospects under 830 pounds. There's lots of time for them things to mature if we're going to take her in a market side and get her to a market weight. But her extra extension where we've got to get these cattle a little bit bigger and heavier with our cow numbers down, we've had the packers are taking our weights higher, so I think there's going to be a little more premium for extension versus moderation in certain spots as we go through and look and judge. But I like her length of body, I like her top, I like her shape. Obviously you can see the dimension, the boldness of this blue roan calf there in second. He is very proportional. I like his rib shape, I like his muscularity. For me personally, gets a little bit where you get there just a little rounder and bunchier in terms of his muscle, but still a very good individual animal in some areas that we do like, and that gets to be a close spot. Young man there with the belted calf, gives up the most in terms of weight per day of age, and just not as much of him to compete with them two right there, but still balanced nice, did a good job, very well maintained, very controlling type animal, so I compliment him as he heads out of there. But again, nice class get started here at your prospect show.
Winning Class 1, the single class of feeder class animals. In first is entry 22, Colt Thomas from Franklin County. In second is entry 23, Colt Thomas's other animal, and he's from Franklin County. Third is entry 240, Caleb Glover from Walker County. We're now on our junior market animals. This division is sponsored by Alabama Ag Credit. This class is sponsored by Philip Paramore. This is AOE British, weighing 1245. Entry 488 is Carson Fallon from Blount County.
Boy, I tell you what, we get worked on through the prospect show, and boy, we get this single entry come out here, and man, what a way to start. You talk about one, I tell you, it doesn't happen. They just don't come in here to have that kind of presentation without somebody putting a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of effort, and a lot of talent. And I do recognize that, and I appreciate that. That calf bounces up extremely well when you take a look at, he gets him set up from the side, the way he's got him set up. He's bold and robust in terms of his body. You study that one there from just his chest floor, the way he opens up on the top side of his shoulder, comes down his top. I just like that center body. He really could get me excited when you look at him from the side in terms of, body and dimension. I think that's a really, really good calf. Now, compared as you get behind him in terms of the one, maybe you think he's got just a little bit more power to him than when you get right in there behind him. But, I'm just talking about a few minor things. But, young man, you did a good job. Like I said, I told him to come in here. I said he got up early and he put the smoke on this one. My compliments to you and a nice calf. Way to get our show started here really well in your steer show. Give him a nice round of applause for bringing out a nice single entry.
Winning Class 2 is entry 488, Carson Fallon from Blount County. By virtue of that being a single AOB British, that is also your breed champion. Class 3 is Shorthorn Plus, single entry, weighs 1205. Entry is 190. Lily Ann Stagner from Mobile. This class is sponsored by Lido Farms.
Young lady brings Cruiser out here in our Shorthorn Plus, single entry, and I know we have a lot of single entries here, and, I think it's just best so we can just, when we bring these kind of quality out here, we can talk about them, just a parade of the individuals in terms of where they're good. Because you take like that one out of the last class in this calf here, we could have quite a few more within this class, and I would think that would still be one to be very dominant. Let's talk about, just for a second, some things that he does very, very uniquely well. And I think what he does uniquely well is where he's standing there. That one is still long-bodied, where he's got a chance to get up there in terms of weight. He's long and extended about his front end to give us that, what we call that show steer extra look. He's wide in terms of his upper hip. I like that about him really well. He gives us some really, really good looks. Now, for me, if I was going to critique him just a little bit, and we won't get too hard on him, but, I would change the way that calf gets out of his shoulders. You watch him go, he's a little stiff, a little bit more kind of peg-legged, to say, in terms of the way he gets out of his shoulder. But as far as his show steer look and presence, they got him presented really nice. That one would take a picture that would sure rival quite a few of them. So compliments there. Very good single entry. Nice steer again. Give her a round of applause.
Winning Class 3, your Shorthorn Plus, is entry 190, Lily Ann Stagner from Mobile.
My apologies there. I kind of misspoke a little bit on that single entry. I thought he was our Shorthorn representative of the Shorthorn Pluses. So we have some Shorthorn Pluses to come back here, and we can still talk about him. This young lady's black and white steer, again, patterns up really well. Gives us that really, really good look from the side. You like the presence he has about him. He's got some of the things we talked about in terms of having some extra frame size to him. He's not there yet in terms of his market endpoint. I think he's got a little bit more to go. You just put your hands on him. He'd just like to see him a little fresher in terms of condition. but yet I think he still bounces up. He's a big, proud, good-looking calf, got that color pattern that sure sticks out that we can see and identify. Young lady does a nice job. Give her a round of applause.
Winning Class 4 is entry 408, Abby Jo Gibson from Washington County. We have a single entry in Class 5. Weighs 1420. This is Callie Ray Childers, entry 459 from Morgan County.
Well, we get another single entry. It's going to be fun. We get these back out here when we get these pluses back out here because, all of them have the look, and we talk about some of the same things, just of that extra presence and look. But this calf at this weight, I think, 1,400 pounds is getting to be a, pretty desirable weight. I think 1420 is what the steer that wins at OYE in Oklahoma there yesterday, and I think he fits right in there. But you get right on top of that calf. That calf is big in terms of his top. When you talk about those primal cuts up high, he's got some width and spread up there. He's still soft from the side. He's good in terms of his structure, good in terms of his balance. Young lady does a nice job. He's extremely well presented. I like and I do appreciate that. I do understand that we've got the show side of it that gives us a good look. So very, very nice individual. Give her and Marmalade a really nice round of applause.
Winning Class 5 is entry 459, Callie Ray Childers from Morgan County. We have a single entry in Class 6, weighs 1535, entry 132, Olivia Watson from Mobile.
As we get out here, a young lady brings Red out here, single entries, 1530. Is that what you said? 1535. And there was a day that would probably be a little bit outside our range, but I tell you what, in today's the market in terms of where the discount is on carcass weight, this calf is still in the realm of reality of where we need cattle, or we can have finished cattle here today. in America in terms of where we're going to market him. So he's within that range, and that thing is still muscular. He's big back. He's powerful. He's one that's got a little extra performance, to get some of those size that we're looking for. Does a good job. Still gives us a nice look. I think a good calf. It's going to be fun to get these steers back out here. This is going to be a very, very good division. So my compliments to her. Give her a nice round of applause again, too, and a good single entry here.
Winning Class 6 is entry 132, Olivia Watson from Mobile. We're ready to bring our class winners back in for the AOB. Excuse me, the Shorthorn Plus. From Class 3, this is Shorthorn Plus. Entry 190 is Lillian Stagner from Mobile, weighs 1205. Next in is entry 408, Abby Jo Gibson from Washington, weighs 1355. Then 459 is Callie-Ann Childers from Morgan County, weighs 1420. Entry 132, Olivia Watson from Mobile, weighs 1535. Judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion, Shorthorn Plus.
As we go out here and kind of work through here and not trying to rush through, because I think these exhibitors here bring us 4 high quality cattle. They have a great look when you talk about show ring. You just take a picture of them compared to where you see cattle across the country. They match up. They check those boxes. The question I ask is where we go in terms of this endpoint show, or we're just judging the cattle in terms of quality of where they're at relative to their point here today. So we're going to judge them to where their quality is, in my opinion, where they relate today. So let's just talk about them just for a second, because I do think we talked about one of the ringmen. You talk about these kids have worked hard, because you just don't grab a calf, take him out of the lot when you decide to want to come to town to the show, have a hair coat where we're getting to this time of year where they've not rubbed, and have them stand still and show. So these kids have been working at it. So we'll just take the time and we're going to talk about them a little bit. Young lady, I kind of talked like you was the only Shorthorn Plus there before, and I kind of got a little ahead of myself, but there is no doubt that calf is beautiful in terms of his side profile. He has got a big time look when he's standing there in terms of the way his neck. And most importantly, where I really like when you talk about muscle on cattle, you talk about how them things open up behind their shoulders. I think you've got to have that top come right out of the top side of their shoulder, down their top and the upper part of his hip. He is wide in terms of his pins as you get right in there behind him. Now, as I talked about his width up high, and I think he's impressive there, but I think he's not reached his maturity, and I think that maturity as he comes is going to fill him in terms of his lower quarter, and I think he can get there. The one thing I talked about him individually, and I think it gets out here, she gets him set up, he looks good. When you put that thing in motion, did you folks see that a little bit in terms of where he gets a little choppy out of his shoulder? Not that he is unsound. He is not unsound by no means, but that is an area that we would have a little bit of concern in my mind, where structure is still very, very important, but I like the look of that calf. The black and white calf, again, a very big, proud calf. He's a bigger outline calf that we talk about. Depending on when his endpoint is, he could handle a little bit more weight, and I think it's justifiable to talk about cattle that have a little bit more go to them in terms of getting there. I like his overall outline. I did talk like I would like to soften him up when you get your hands on him to the handle, and you just like to give him just a little more power from a muscularity standpoint, especially as we compare him to some cattle on either side of him. But boy, that's a nice calf with a really good look. This dark red calf is, boy, just very easy to your eye to look at. He is so soft in terms of just his build. He blends so seamlessly from his shoulder to his forerib. Good in terms of his dimension. You get on top of him, he's still got some top shape to him. Got a really, really good look to him. I love the presentation and effort they put out there. Now, he is one you still too that probably could have just a little bit more dimension, and I think there's another calf in the lineup might have just a little more muscle when you get right there in his lower and inner quarter, in his lower stifle. But I love his pattern, quality, and kind. The big stout calf there on the far end is very muscular, very, very powerful. Any of those adjectives you want to talk about that would sure apply to him. I like his extra dimension. I talked about him, but being in the wheelhouse still acceptable, from a weight standpoint. But yet, just as I talked to the calf on the very far end a little bit in terms of front end structure, you can see there he wants to kind of get them front toes a little forward in front of his skeleton, gets a little bit wide there. So structurally, I would change him just a little bit. But I love his quality and kind. But as far as your winner within this drive of nice cattle, I think it's pretty easy in my mind, young lady. This red steer is high quality, got a look to him. He's brought to us today to look like a show winner of this division. Congratulations. Give her a nice round of applause.
Your champion Shorthorn Plus comes from Class 5, entry 459, is Callie Ray Childers from Marshall County. Your reserve champion comes from class number 3. That's entry 190, Lily Ann Stagner from Mobile. Starting our junior market animals. This is class 7, sponsored by the Elmore County Farmers Federation. It's AOB Continental, weighs 1255, single entry. 115 is Hudson Manning from Atauga County.
Single entry here in our all other breeds, Continental, I guess, very muscular. Still gives us a good look when you look at him from the, from his front end. Again, as I talked about one opened up on the top side of his shoulder blade into his top. I think he does through there. He just got a lot of power to him. If we could, we'd maybe just like to just level him up in terms of just his lower rib shape, forerib to rear flank, but a stout, muscular, good angled, clean jointed, nice, good steer. Congratulations on a nice individual.
Winning Class 7 is entry 115, Hudson Manning from Autauga County. We're ready for Class 8. We have 2 entries. They average in weight from 1335 to 1360. First in is entry 368, Tyler Krim from Tuscaloosa. Entry 454 is Caden Childers from Morgan.
Out here, this pair of black cattle, as you take a look at them and kind of go through, and here's where you got the differences. Young man, go ahead and bring him sideways there in second, aiming right here behind him. Here's some things you've got to when you look at, and I can tell you the differences. It's just down to personal preference and some things that you want to look and talk about, because both of them have some quality, but they have some differences. The black steer that I choose to start with, to me, he is better in terms of his balance. He's softer in terms of his mid shape. I think he's more proportional as you get back in there. Now, he's different in terms of his muscle. You get right on top of him, he's wide. He's really wide, the upper part of his hip. Maybe doesn't give us quite as shapely and dimensional muscle as our steer there in second. But for me, he's so good in his top line. He's square, he's wide. I like his smoothness. I like his softness. He just fits me a little bit better in terms of, where my personal preference lie in terms of where I want to go. Not going to argue. If you're going to talk about cutability and muscle, the steer there in second is extremely muscular in terms of his top. He's got some boldness to his hip. He's got some shape and dimension to him. If that is your number one criteria in sorting steers, you're going to probably switch that placing with me. But with that, to me, when I get my hands on him, he's a little barer, as you could tell, in terms of touch. For me, I like those cattle are good in terms of their forerib. He tapers right there from his shoulders, doesn't transition as well shoulder to his forerib into his body. But that's a good calf, a lot of cutability, a lot of good to him. Just a good pair to go ahead and sort, and then go ahead and find out your judge's preference right here today.
Winning Class 8 is entry 454, Caden Childers from Morgan County. In second is 368, Tyler Krim from Tuscaloosa County. Class 9's coming in. We have 2 entries, averaging weight from 1420 to 1475. First in is entry 138, Ellie Watson from Mobile. Entry 76 is Cole Eubanks from Coleman. I still have a phone up here that was left in the ladies' restroom. If you've lost your phone or know someone that has, it's it. Adam's calling right now. I don't know who Adam is. By the way, if you want to watch or let others know, you can watch the live stream right now. Go to jrbeefexpo.com.
As we get out here, these steers, you could talk about, other than hair coat, are very similar in terms of the way they're built and the way that we do some things in terms of where their structure is put together. The steer to choose to start with is the Bronco-headed calf, and I think he's got some very big pieces. I think he's good and long-bodied, big in terms of that upper hip, got some power to him in terms of top shape, muscularity to him, some of those things you like really well. For his size, though, 2 things I would change that calf. I'd like to see him a little deeper in terms of his center body, just a little bit more total dimension, and I'd like to just see him, he just gets underneath himself a little bit. I'd like to see him handle his hind leg better from a movement standpoint. We put him out here in motion, but a nice calf. Steer there in second, he too is a big bodied. He has the advantage in center rib shape versus my class winner, and I appreciate him for that. He's big in terms of his top, but he too is from a structure standpoint, gets underneath himself a little too much in terms of his hind leg. Not near as smooth, not near as big hipped as a steer to go ahead and win the class, but a good deep-sided calf. Young lady did a nice job. Compliments of those 2 exhibitors.
Winning Class 9 is entry 76, Cole Eubanks from Coleman. In second is 138, Ellie Watson from Mobile. We're ready to bring our class winners back in. This is the AOB Continental Division. We should have 3 of them coming in. From Class 8, we have entry 454, Caden Childers from Morgan County. From Class 9, we have entry 454. Excuse me, I got to back up. From entry 7, we have entry 115, Hudson Manning from Matoga. From Class 8, we have entry 454, Caden Childers from Morgan. And from Class 9, we have 76, Cole Eubanks from Coleman. Okay, to get them sorted out now. From Class 8, we have your second place entry, 368, is Tyler Krim from Tuscaloosa County. And from Class 9, second place is entry 138, Ellie Watson from Mobile County. The judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion, AOB Continental Jr Market Animals.
As we get out here in this division, and again, three very, very nice representatives from three different weight divisions to come back out here and get us out here for a champion. I know we talked about them, but we can talk about how they do compare against, how they compare against one of the others, because these young people got a lot of time and effort, and we're here. Our job here today is to showcase the work and effort that they put into their animals to get here. So I think it's just only right that we just we can talk about and talk about it. The gold calf, wins that first single entry class. I think where I think he's exceptional when you talk just muscularity. I think he's really, really good from that standpoint. You talk about cutability cattle in terms of top shape and hip. He's got that extra shape and dimension to him. He's stout from a positive standpoint up there in his forearm. He just reads with power and stoutness as you just look at him. As we get in there, and I talked a little bit about him individually, and I think as you compare him back to the steer behind him, and I think he's probably got a little more rib shape than does the steer there in third, but yet individually we could still, from his chest floor back to his rear rib and flank, we could still have him be a little fuller and a little nicer in a balance standpoint from that standpoint in terms of his lower rib shape. And right there from his shoulder into his lower forerib, I'd like to maybe see him blend just a little bit better. But I like his cleanliness of pattern. I like his muscularity. The black steer come out of that middle class, and we had two steers that were different in terms of type and kind. And the thing I talked about is you talk about cattle that still have some look and eye appeal as we put them in the show ring, still have some softness of body, some practicality to them. That's where he fit me really well. And I think that calf is probably just a little deceiving. He's really wide in terms of the upper part of his hip and about his back. He's maybe not as muscular and shapy as the two steers on either side of him, but I think he's got enough, and I like his balance in kind comparatively to either side. The Bronco-headed one, I'm really partial to that kind of color. I like that look. He gives us a really long, clean front end to us. He is extremely muscular when you look at his top side of his back. He's really bold and shapely in terms of his lower quarter and stifle. I like that about him. The thing I talked about just a second ago, that calf for his frame, I just need to soften him up from his forerib back to his rear rib and flank. And we got to be more comfortable in terms of his movement and mobility off his hind leg. He does a lot of things good. He gives me a couple different question marks as well. So with that, of these three, there's one steer that fits me the best in terms of my kind. Young man there in the middle with your black steer, congratulations. You'll be champion of this division. Give him a nice round of applause.
Your champion, AOB Continental, comes from Class 8. That's entry 454, Caden Childers from Morgan County. While the judge is looking over, I need everyone to pay attention. If you're parked in a spot you're not supposed to be, if you're in an alley, if you're between the barns, you better go move them, because the fire marshal has a tow truck coming to drag them out. So if you're parked somewhere you're not supposed to be, in a marked spot, or between the barns, or in the alleys, you need to move your vehicles. Your reserve champion also comes from Class 8, entry 368, Tyler Krim from Tuscaloosa County. We're now bringing our first class of Charolais in. Sponsoring this division is the Alabama BCIA Performance Pays. We have 2 entries in Class 10. Entry 170 is Skyland Dyson from Jefferson County. Entry 400 is Rex Harrison from Coleman County. And by the way, if it embarrasses you to get up and go move your vehicle, wait just a minute till everybody else is gone, then jump up and run out and do it.
As we get out here in this pair of cattle, and I'm going to talk these things, and we're going to talk about some differences as you get in there. And, first look, when you talk about, just the length of neck and muscularity of this calf, you're wanting to maybe, there's parts of him they want to say, boy, this is an easy placing, but there's some things that I've got just some question marks of where we're at and where we're at to make it just a little bit more interesting, for me. The steer to start with, like you say, you can tell he's long in terms of his neck. He's heavy in terms of his muscle. For me, just a little bit, he's so muscular, so stout. I hope that he gets soft enough in terms of just shoulder to forerib and just in terms of mellow enough in his condition. You like some of those things about him. And then he just gets a little bit edgy in terms of his structure, and that's where we talk about some things with that calf right there behind him. But I like a lot of things about him, but I have some question marks and some reservations with him in terms of his build, but still, still a nicely presented, well-broke, good-shown animal. The gray calf, we go here in second, and to me, he's just a little softer in terms of his center body. I think he's bigger in terms of his top shape, and I like that about him. I think that's really good. I think he's more practical in terms of the way he's put together. But for me, though, if this calf was better in terms of his front shoulder, he gets straight up there in his front end and a little bit out in terms of the way his structure's put together, I think is going to be more problematic for him the bigger he gets. But if he was sound in his front shoulder, I wouldn't have any problem using that calf to win this class in terms of just body, practicality, performance for him to be flip-flopped in that pacing. But very compliments go to both those two exhibitors. Boy, just contrasting types of cattle to look and talk about.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 10 is entry 170. That's Skyland Dyson from Jefferson County. In second is 400 Rex Harrison from Coleman County. Class 11's coming in. We have 3 entries, averaging the weight from 1260 to 1275. Entry 117 is Abby James from Watauga County. 44 is Emma Pack from Blount County. 443 is Luke Mattis from Houston County. Let me remind everyone, if you want to watch the live stream, you go to jrbeefexpo.com. For those that hadn't already heard, the parade downtown is canceled today. And tomorrow at 11 o'clock, we will take a break for the presentation of the Ports Banda Creek Indians scholarships to the juniors.
Very good class here to look and talk about, and we've got some differences to look and discuss, and it would make a good if we'd get a fourth one here and make a very interesting class to talk about from a livestock judging evaluation standpoint. Some things you put together. Some things we look at and we're talking about, and not we're to the point of market shares, but the same thing. When you talk about muscle, balance, and finish, those are the 3 main criteria that I'm putting some things together in terms of where I want to go there. The calf there is just natural in terms of his presentation, not there's anything wrong with that, but he's the best in terms of just his balance, the amount of shape he has. He's as muscular down his top, out there through his hip, still gives us a nice look from the side. He's good in terms of his structure. He is just good cattle in terms of the way he's put together, and that's where I just go ahead and migrate and find him pretty handedly there to go ahead and win the class. Presentation wise, I think the steer in second, she's got a little more effort in terms of the way she's got him brought to us here. You do a great job of showing. I compliment you for that. Your steer, I like his length of body. I like his muscularity to his top. Part of it, though, when I come off to the side of him, he's just a little bit out of balance in terms of planer, in terms of his front end. Doesn't have that rear rib and flank to allow him to balance up from the side. But I like him just in terms of muscularity, length, extension, some things there. Young lady, you're steering third. Here's what I like about him. I like his center body. I like the squareness to his top. I love the balance from his forerib to his rear rib and flank. I think he's good in terms of his midsection. Where he comes up short in this class here, I think he's flatter in terms of his muscle. I think he's probably got as much condition on one you'd want for this size. I'd like to see him to get to a heavier weight like I've been talking about here this morning just a little bit. I like his balancing. I like his balance. I just got to give him just more muscle and just give him a little more frame size for him to finish at a heavier weight. I think he's finished, ready to go today. So, but still, I appreciate your presentation, the effort you brought to us here today.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 11 is entry 443, Luton Meadows from Houston County. In second is 117, Abby James from Matauga. In third is Emma Pack, entry 44 from Blount County. Class 12's coming in. We have 2 entries. They average in weight from 1380 to 1425. First in is entry 205, Boyd Dow from Coffee County. 151 is Victoria Thompson from Lee County.
As we get out, young lady, go ahead and pull him back around on the side there, being second. Just pull him behind there. You know, two very nice show steers to look and talk about, but I think as you go through and you put some things together, to me it's pretty easy for me in terms of placing these two cattle. You know, as you get out here, and this one here is just soft and smooth, got a great look to him. I think he's one of high quality. Young man did a really nice job of just getting him clipped and presented here today. You know, I just love when you talk about those, some of them things you talk about, and the way he opens up the top side of his shoulder, the way he is in his forerib. He's got some shape and turn to him. He's not as powerful in terms of width and thickness if you just want to talk about muscles of steer there in second. But just from just a completeness and kind standpoint, I just like those things about him. The steer's here in second. Now, if you just want to take pieces of him and you want to talk about just picking the thickest ended one, there's no doubt that he's the thickest ended, most powerful calf, you know, within that class. But as I go through, for me, as I talked about it, you know, as I talked a little bit, if you heard me talk about forerib, that one's just big in his shoulder. He just doesn't open enough up in his forerib, and for one at that weight, for that much muscularity, he's just a little too bare in terms of condition, the way he handles out there just a little bit. So just a few differences. Still a very, very nice calf. Just my preference is pretty easy to the silver one to go ahead and win that pair of cattle.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 12 is entry 205, Dow Boyd from Coffee County. In second is entry 151, Victoria Thompson from Lee County. We're now bringing our class winners from our Charolais division back in. From Class 10 is entry 170, Skyland Dyson from Jefferson County. From Class 11, entry 443 is Luke Meadows from Houston County. From Class 12, entry 205 is Dow Boyd from Coffee County. Second place from Class 10, entry 400, Rex Harrison from Coleman. Second from Class 11, entry 117 is Abby James from Matoga. From Class 12 is entry 151, Victoria Thompson from Lee County. Judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion Charolais steers.
Again, compliments to you folks with your show here. You know, we still have, you know, really good quality, and we talked about some class winners that we sure like, and we'll just talk about them real quickly because I think they have a lot of good. Now, we have a little more variation maybe than, you know, a little bit before, but the steer comes out of that first class. He's pretty pronounced in a lot of areas. He's long and clean about his neck. He's very, very muscular. He's got tremendous hip and top. We talked about that. I talked about maybe blending him a little from his shoulder to his forerib, soften his structure just a little bit, but he's kind of out there. He's different in terms of just some of the things are taken to the extreme, some of the things we like in terms of a show steer. Then you come back in here and you talk about practical cattle, just real world cattle that have some center body, have some structure, have some balance. You know, this old boy, he does it. I mean, he's the most natural in terms of presentation here, as far as being presented like a show steer, but as far as beef cattle, he covers some of those boxes, you know, really well, and I think he does so to a really high degree. Then we get down here to this young man, bringing him around, getting a little frustrated because he's got a calf that does have a good look. He's got the practicality of the steer there in front of him in terms of center body and smoothness when you blend him from the side, and yet he still has some look of the very, very first calf. His presentation is A1. As I talked about that, it just doesn't happen. He done a nice job of getting him presented. He's working hard to get him showed. That's a good calf. We can lay him back in his shoulder, back in his knee just a little bit if we're going to pick on him from a structure standpoint. Center body, balance, smoothness, A1. That's my champion Charolais, young man. Congratulations to you there.
Your champion Charolais comes from Class 12. That's entry 205, Dow Boyd from Coffee County.
Just real quickly, as we talk about we bring that 1 second to him in class, and totally different calf. I think a calf that is very similar in terms of his build to the steer that comes out of that comes out of that first class in terms of look and stoutness, and I still like their practicality. And I know my reserve is not going to necessarily look like a champion, but I think the second best steer in just terms of power, size, dimension, young lady there, the second in that class, you're going to be reserve champion. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion Charolais comes from Class 12. Entry 151 is Victoria Thompson from Lee County. We have our first class of junior market steers. This is the Maine-Anjou. The steer weighs 1375, shown by entry number 308, Mackenzie Hornbuckle from Morgan County. This class is sponsored by Southern Stall Barns.
Young lady here, we got a single entry here in our Maine-Anjou division, and I tell you what, it's nice to see when you get to single entry here in a division, because we're going to, we're trying to put the best within each breed, each division to come out here and put as good a lineup as we can out here when we pick our overall champion steer here in a bit. But that's a very high quality animal that matches the quality that we've been picking here today. So my compliments to her to bring one of that kind of quality. Where he is attractive, he's really good in his upper skeleton in terms of top and levelness of his back. He's good in terms of hind leg when we get one that can reach and step and drives with some authority in terms of his hind leg. I like that about him. We'd maybe give him just a little more flank, but you're good. You can go. We appreciate you bringing a high-quality one. We'll be glad to look at him again. We get a few more cattle out here. He'll stand a little better, I'm sure. Young lady did a good job. Give her a round of applause. She heads out the door.
Winning that class, and by virtue of being the single Maine-Anjou, that'll also be your breed champion. Entry 308 is Mackenzie Hornbuckle from Morgan County. We have our first class of maintainers coming in. The steer weighs 1065, shown by entry 128, Jackson Cleveland from Blount County. This class is sponsored by the Lee County Farmers Federation.
Young man brings single entry here. We start off the maintainer division here, and that's a stout featured calf for this 1,000-pound weight. He's stout in his forearm. He's got some rib shape to him in terms of some robustness to his rib, and he got some stoutness, muscularity. He's given us a little bit more maturity in the top side of his neck, and I think as he gets there, I forgot to ask him when his end point is, but I think he's progressing a lot along in terms of you want to get that one kind of late summer to be a market steer does a lot of good things good. Good way to start here in this division. Congratulations.
Winning Class 14 is entry 128. That's Jackson Cleveland from Blount County. Class 15's coming in. This is our second class of maintainer. Average weight from 1,200 to 1,240. Entry 243 is MJ Flowers from Pike County. Entry 300 is Kurt Williams from Marshall County.
As we get out here, folks, I'm going to be just as straightforward as I can with you. As I don't know where the right placing between these two cattle can be. I think there's just differences that you've got as you come out here, and some things that I like and some things I dislike about both of them. Young man steer, I'm going to go ahead and start with. I think just an overall, just where he's at from just an extension, the amount of finish he has for today, being leaner is where I think his advantage is. I think he's probably a little truer in terms of his muscularity and shape as far as being the class winner. Now, I will say that you just need to redesign him in his front end, and from a structure standpoint, I'm not comfortable in terms of the way he comes out of his front shoulder for me as far as judging the pair, but I like his just extra stoutness of bone and dimension. The white-footed there steer doing a good job for that young lady. He's just kind of getting her a little bit of little bit of a hard time right now, and I think the steer probably is in protest of the placing is probably what I'm guessing. He's not agreeing with me. But what I like about him is, again, I do like his center body. I do like his shape. Now, where I do question the calf there a little bit is just the way he comes out, opens up in his shoulder, the condition he's got for his frame size. I just see him a little quicker in terms of just his shape and dimension. But I like his body better than I did the class winner. So there's some really truly give and takes to get out there, and compliments, just depend on where you're going to fall out in terms of where you want to placing from there. And I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. We just got to go ahead and make a decision between the pair. But congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 15 is entry 300. That's Kurt Williams from Marshall County. In second is 243, M.J. Flowers from Pike County. Class 16's coming in. These average from 1335 to 1390. We have 3 entries. First in is entry 70. That's Lexi Bolding from Chilton County. Entry 422 is Etta Hudson from Coleman County. Entry 180 is Mackenzie Smith from Marshall County.
But I tell you what nice class. I tell you, if you can't appreciate the quality of all three of these, and young lady there that's steering third, I think has presentation, has look, gives us a nice presentation, which makes it fun from a judging and evaluation standpoint. When you get out here and you could sort, this kind of quality. The steer to start with, I think he does so, fairly handedly. I think what he does is he gives us a really good look from the side from a balance standpoint in terms of body, stoutness of structure, still long in terms of his front end. You get on behind him, he's still got some width and spread up there to the top part of his hip. Get your hands on his back, he's still got some width and spread to him. I like that about him. The one thing, if I could, I'd just like to expand him in terms of his forerib there again, from the way he blends from his shoulder to his forerib. Not near quite perfect in terms of where I just like to see for me personally, but I think that still is a high quality show steer, really well presented, and gives us a really, really nice look. The two cattle here between second and third. The steer in second, there's no doubt he's the power steer of the class. Bold and robust about his rib, thick and massive as you get in there behind him, stout in terms of his structure. He's just a little more masculine in terms of his head, top side of his neck, just doesn't quite give us that youthfulness, or I should say more freshness of the look that I preferred to use in that steer to go ahead and win the class. But there's a lot of good to that calf that I like really well. As I talked about, young lady here, the Bronco calf, I know she's going to come up short here a little bit here today, but there's no doubt that they did a good job of getting that thing clipped and presented. Gives us a really good balance. He just, of the three steers, was the lightest in terms of muscle comparatively. He's not a light muscle calf by no means, but compared to the other two cattle, he just give up a little bit more for you to fall right there in that third hole. But I love his pattern, love his kind. He did a good job. My compliments. Give her a nice round of applause for her and the two right ahead of her as well.
Winning Class 16 is entry 70. That's Lexi Bolding from Chilton County. In second is 180, Mackenzie Smith from Marshall County. In third is 422, Etta Hudson from Coleman. Class 17's coming in. We have 3 entries, averaging weight from 1465 to 1480. First in is 133. That's Olivia Watson from Mobile. 472 is Jacob Duckett from Blunt. Entry 286 is A.J. Knowles from Chambers.
You know, you get out here and you look and you kind of study them again, and you know what quality we've got here. And I think I told some of them there before. Depending on what, it doesn't matter what part of the country you get to, and I've been as far east as you can go, west and north and south. That you know, the presentation of these cattle is just so immaculate. You get on there, that thing is clipped so well. This one to go ahead and start this class, and just has a really good look to him. You like him from the side, and just in terms of his length of front end, he still has some power. You know, for me, a little bit, if you do talk him a little bit, he's maybe just a little more maternal in terms of the way he's built out there. You know, because he got a little more outline, but his hair is good. He's clipped in there good. I think he's got enough shape, but, you know, does he have enough for just, you know, for that size? I think his weight, I think the young man said he was 1480, but, you know, definitely there's nothing wrong with that weight. I think anything into that, you know, anything into 14s, hell, even a little bit into the early 15s, I think them cattle still not going to get docked in market. But a show steer, got a good look. You know, you just talk about him, and we'll see how he gets back out here, but just beautiful in terms of his side profile, side look. There's more muscle, sure, product in terms of just top and upper hip there in that steer there in second. He is wide up high, but where you come out here, he doesn't balance quite as well because he gets a little bit coarser in terms of his head and shoulder, gets a little far forward in terms of his angulation to his front shoulder, doesn't move as well as our class winner, but again, a very nice steer. Market readiness with a top power, this Baldy steer, I think he is of market readiness, weight, and condition. I like that about him. I like his center body. For me, just structurally, I got to change him in terms of the way he's straight up front. He's pretty full in terms of his two rear hocks and just the way he utilizes his hind leg. I'd like to see a little bit different for me to be a little more comfortable with him. But there's no doubt to me that that one is wide, market ready, fed well, did a good job. Compliments to you, young man.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 17 is entry 286, A.J. Knowles from Chambers County. In second is 133, Olivia Watson is Mobile County. Entry 3 is 472, Jacob Duckett from Blount County. We're ready to bring our class winners back in for the maintainer division. First place from Class 14 is entry 128, Jackson Cleveland from Blount County. From Class 15, we have 300, Kurt Williams from Marshall County. From Class 16, entry 70 is Lexi Bolding from Chilton County. And from Class 17 is entry 286, A.J. Knowles from Chambers County. So second place from Class 16 is entry 180. That's Mackenzie Smith from Marshall County. Second place from Class 17 is 133, Olivia Watson from Mobile County. Judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion maintainer steers.
Folks, I hope you're sitting right in here and enjoying this show as good as I am in terms of just, you know, cattle that just have some look, have some quality. You know, that single entry out of there, that first class, you know, he has a stout featured calf, you know, especially the maintainers. He's got some muscularity, some power to him. got a little shoulder, but he's got some forearm, got some dimension to him. I think he's progressing in terms of, one to getting nearer to an end point. He may be just as we just pick on him a little bit, could be a little smoother and have a little more look compared to some of the other cattle out here. But he definitely has a lot of good, unique pieces that we could sure talk about in terms of a steer show. Steer that second class, and that was a class that was there's them two head. The young lady had that black and white calf there in the second spot. You could really go either way, and I liked his extra size, extension, his outline, and I think it probably probably a little more comfortable because he probably fits out here better in terms of matching, in terms of what we're looking for, and just in terms of look and outline. Definitely change his structure up there in his front shoulder, the way especially put him on the move. Maybe not quite as attractive, in a good calf, and as we talk about those two. Now where do you get through if you're paying attention and listen? Here's where we get to the tough part, because we get us to a pair of really good looking show steers that are fit to that next level in terms of clipping and presentation. The black steers, we talk about him. One that's awesome in terms of the side profile. You get back off of him, I think he's beautiful in terms of his pattern. He's still got some center body in terms of depth. He's long in terms of his front end, still got some bone, some stoutness. You get on top of him, he's still got a big old back to him that matches his hip. You get in there, he's got some muscularity in terms of his hip. But I talk about matching, because you've got to fit together, because a big old hip is only as important as we get into them, those big cuts of meat there in terms of his top that we like to look at. The one thing I picked on that calf a little bit, I just like to see him blend a little bit there from his shoulder to his forerib just a little better. And that's just a personal preference that I put a lot of emphasis on for me, because I think them naturally, truly opened up cattle become a little more competitive as we get out there. But still, that is one that's very, very high quality steer in his own right. The black and white calf, another high quality, well presented, well clipped one that gives you a beautiful outline look to him. And I think the longer I looked about him, and I talked about that one be just a little bit, he's almost maybe just a little more heifer in his build. And I don't mean that negatively, because he still has some top, he's well fed, he's got some back to him. But yet you get right in there and you study him in terms of hip, not near quite the muscularity power that we see some of the other market cattle. But from a structure standpoint, he's the best in the drive in terms of just angles, movement. You get back off the side, he's really got some look. So with that, it makes it challenging in terms of picking a champion, because I think we have two very, very good choices. But for me, when you talk about, as I looked in there and I talked about muscle balance and finish in terms of where we're at for a show steer young lady, I think he's got the advantage in muscle. He's beautiful from the side, got some look. You're champion in this very competitive division. Congratulations to you.
Your champion comes from Class 16. That's entry 70, Lexi Boulding from Chilton County. We need 180, Mackenzie Smith to pull in. Your reserve champion comes from Class 17, entry 286, A.J. Knowles from Chambers County.
Probably a little misleading, Yeah. Yeah, I put my hands on that one boy, he's getting oily and black, and I'm like, oh boy, I'm gonna get this all over the microphone. Yeah. That's all right. Oh, it'll be fine. Young lady brings us a nice single entry home raised steer here to represent, start this Simmental Influence division. You know, long bodied calf, got some practicality to him, got some production when you look at one length of body, got some muscularity. You could maybe sharpen his lines up just a little bit if we could take him, especially out of that good division we just had. But again, a nice steer, compliments to her. She did a good job. Give her a nice round of applause.
This entry from Class 18 is entry 63, Amelia Ivy from Houston County. Steer weighs 1130. This division is sponsored by Joseph Lumber Company.
Great job, Ashley.
Class 19 is coming in. These steers average in weight from 1210 to 1215. Entry 293 is Grayson Grant from Escambia County. Entry 62 is Amelia Ivy from Houston County.
We get this pair of cattle here. I'm going to go ahead and leave them as they come out here. And I tell you where the red steer, I think where he excels and where I want to, lay our emphasis there, just in terms of center body practicality. I think he's just got more body dimension. He's still square in terms of his built and where he's there, but he's stout. He's muscular. He's got some body dimension. He just, one that just looks like just got a shot of doability to me, and I like that body shape maybe just a little bit better. The steer in second, definitely a bigger boned one. Got a little more length of body to him, but to me, I get him off the side. I just don't necessarily think, for me, he has that balance from his chest floor to his rear rib and flank that I'd maybe like to see, and definitely don't see in my class winner. I like things about him. He's just got that extra extension, a lot of length to him. Does a nice job. Got some give and take. Could have been either which way, but in terms of where we got a preference. But compliments to those two exhibitors.
Winning Class 19 is entry 293, Grayson Grant from Escambia County. In second is 62, Amelia Ivy from Houston County. Class 20s in the ring. These steers average in weight from 1350 to 1400. 2 entries. 192 is Miley Stagner from Mobile. Entry 176 is Mason Smith from Marshall County.
Two very nice nice steers here to look and talk about. I think we have one in this class that's kind of exceptional when you look and stand off and study that calf. He's just got a great look from the side. He's got some show steer look. He's got some he's got some market steer back and in power. As you get your hands on him, you get right up on top of him. That calf opens up high, top side of his shoulder. I know I talk about that a lot, but I think it's so important if you're going to have cattle that got some top shape, got some muscle. And I think, so much of, we talk about, but I think top shape and width and power up top got a little more importance than we just get in there to sure thick-ended, big rumped one. But boy, that thing's got a show steer look to him. Nice calf. Young lady, your black baldy calf here in second. He in his own right is, to me, still good in terms of balance. He's good in terms of center body. He's good in terms of muscle. He just didn't maybe have quite as many extras as that calf right there in front of him that's high quality, but that's still a very, very good calf in his own right. We'll get him back out here, and I think one still could be competitive within this division. So did a nice job. Congratulations to that pair of Simmental steers.
Winning Class 20 is entry 176, Mason Smith from Marshall County. In second is 192, Miley Stagner from Mobile. We're ready for our class winners from our Simmental division, Simmental Influence division to come in. This is Class 18. It was a single entry. 63 is Amelia Ivy from Houston County. From Class 19, entry 293 is Grayson Grant from Escambia. And from Class 20 is 176, Mason Smith from Marshall County. Your second place from Class 19 is entry 62, Amelia Ivy from Houston County. Your second place from Class 20 is 192, Miley Stagner from Mobile County. Judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion Simmental Influence steers.
as I bring these steers back out here again. And, we've got, a little bit of a blend of what we're going to talk about is just kind of the practicality of production kind of cattle right here. This young lady brings us there. She had a pair of them. They're very similar in terms of their kind. And I tell you what's good about them that I could sure appreciate is they're cattle that still have top shape, still have some hip. They have length of body, and length of body is so important as you talk about, from just having cattle have some doability, have some gain to them. I like that about them, the pair of them that she does have. This one's probably a little more muscular than her other one, but we get out here and you look out here, maybe we could balance him up a little bit here from a show side, but he's still got a lot of good to him that we do like really well. The red steer, he come out and he beat the other steer. Hers is similar to the one right in front of her. I like that calf in terms of center body. I like his boldness, depth to his rib, the thickness he has to his top. He's getting some condition on, getting closer to be kind of a market-ready type steer. I like that body that he gives us. I soften his structure just a little bit. He gets a little choppy off of both ends from a movement standpoint, but still he's got a lot of good to him. Then we get down here in this steer that wins that last class, heavy class. I talked about him in class of being a high-quality show steer that's got some thickness, got some top. There's no doubt about it when you get him back out here. He's my one to win this division. Congratulations, young man. That's a very good calf. Congratulations.
Your champion, Simmental Influence, comes from Class 20. That's entry 176. Mason Smith from Marshall County. Your reserve champion also comes from Class 20. That's entry 192. Miley Stagner from Mobile County. Our first class of crossbred steers are coming in. This division is sponsored by Sun South. These steers average in weight from 885 to 925. First in is 575, Caden Shira from Houston County. 609 is Landon Shira from Houston County. 423 is Catherine Evans from Mobile. Entry 364 is Clayton Cosper from Randolph County. Ada. Ada. While the judge is finishing up here, if you'd look over to the announcer's table, we have Miss SLE, Rodeo Queen, Ada Stacy, and her sister is Little Miss Boots, Rodeo Queen, Eva Stacy. Give them a big round of applause.
Folks, as we get out here in this class here, we start our Crossbred show. This is a challenging class to put together in my mind as we go back through there. And some of it, maybe I cop out just a little bit and kind of take a little bit of the easy road if you want to. But I think of this size and weight, they're not really market, they're kind of prospect steers. And we got to go ahead and take them out there for their time in terms of where they're at. Things I like about the steer to go ahead and win the class. I think he's loose in terms of his structure. He's long in terms of his front end. He's good in terms of his body. But where that calf is so green today, he's tight in his forerib and just doesn't have a lot of muscle, and that's where I really kind of have the issue with him. But when you stand back on the side, he's still as deep as anybody from the side. He's still big in terms of his foot, long in terms of his front end. I think he just becomes the logical, easy place to go ahead and start with. The steer in second probably closely matches him in terms of length and neck, has more muscularity than does our class winner. When you study his top shape into his hip and quarter, doesn't have the depth of side, the smoothness may splay out just a little bit up front. We get down here in the lightweight steer that I go ahead and run third, and I did in my mind, I had this calf here to win the class. He's a little tighter hearted, but he's still just, from a production standpoint, he's still solid and basic in terms of just body and balance, and structure, but he gets a little bit frailer in terms of foot and bone, and not over expressive in terms of muscle width and power, but still a good calf. And I just want you to leave the fact to know that it's still got some practicality in this class. And then the calf here in fourth, the longer bodied version, not quite as, probably a little plainer from the side compared to the 3 or 4 right there ahead of him. But I still like him from a muscle stoutness, good doing, practical kind of cattle that could sure do a lot of good, and be proud to have those kind of cattle within a herd or commercial herd nonetheless. But nice class as we start our Crossbred show.
Thank you, Judge. Winning class 21, entry 423 is Catherine Evans from Mobile. In second is 364 Clayton Cosper from Randolph County. Third is 575 Caden Shira from Houston County, and fourth is 609 Landon Shira from Houston County. Class 22 is our second class of crossbred steers. These average in weight from 955 to 1,005. First in is entry 55 Christopher Salmon from Geneva County. 862 is Anna Marie Monk from Escambia. 354 is Sammy Huey from Randolph. Entry 16 is Mary Elliott Martin from Lee County.
as we get out here in our second class here in the Crossbred show. And again, nice class of 4 that we could look and talk about. And, as you want to talk about, sometimes I don't know if you guys have been as, I'm sure you have. Her husband's a livestock judging coach at Auburn, but it'd be a nice judging class. You could talk about some differences because you got some things that we could look and we could talk about, but we still have four head of good cattle. That's been the one thing I would say that's sure been impressed with is even when we get down here in that last class and even the 4th one in this class, we still have good quality cattle. I think they still have a lot of good to them. Maybe they're not as hairy or presentation, but they're still cattle that have the basics that we try to look for, and the way we've improved all the way through. And that's a compliment to you folks and these exhibitors of bringing, quality cattle out here to show and exhibit. The Gray Baldy, I love his color. I think he's a good-looking calf. He's nice from the side. He's deep in terms of his body. He's really, really good in terms of his balance. He's stout in terms of he's got some muscle to him. He's a little bit flatter in terms of his rib shape and a little flatter in terms of his hip, but yet just got a little bit more. He still has some muscle. Good in terms of his angles. I thought he was an easy, logical place for me to go ahead and start the class. Radar, this young man steered Radar right there in the second Rambler there in the second spot. One still, he gets his head up there, gives us a nice look. I think he has a little bit more actual true top shape muscularity up high than does my steer that wins the class, but I just didn't think he balanced up quite as nice. Wasn't near as attractive as hind leg as my class winner, but I thought he was a good logical place in terms of stoutness to be right there in second. The steer in third is got a little more extension. I like his length of body. He still gives us a nice look from the side, but for me to have that steer in third, he's a little more refined at the ground in terms of foot and bone, doesn't have that stoutness of structure, and could use just a little bit more in terms of his lower quarter from a muscle standpoint. But you back off from this side, gives us a good look, nice outline. You got him broke well, he showed well, he's fun to look at from that standpoint too. Young lady I talked about there just a little bit, you got a good calf. He's very muscular in terms of his top. He's thinner and he's a little tighter heighted, and he looks to maybe be a later cut individual in terms of you study his head from a masculinity and his head and neck. But he's still got top shape. He's still good in terms of balance, good in terms of structure. I compliment you. Nice class. Give those guys a nice round of applause. They had out here nice 4 crossbreds.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 22 is entry 16. That's Mary Elliott Martin from Lee County. In second is 55, Christopher Salmon from Geneva County. Third is 354, Sammy Huey from Randolph. And 862 is Anna Marie Monk from Escambia. Class 23 is coming in. These steers average in weight from 1030 to 1075. We have 5 entries. 552 is Brian Lambert from Lowndes County. 125 is Tyler E. Cleveland from Blount County. 566 is Kimberly Evans from Conecuh. 98 is Cole Pageant from Conecuh. 556 is William Sanders from Escambia. This radar looks like we may get through without getting really bad, but somewhere about 3 o'clock it may hit really hard.
Again, as we set out here, again, a nice class here in your Crossbred show. And I think your decision gets down between, I think it's more of a horse race here in the top two than there is any other decision out here. But Young Man's Gray Steer, you know, I think he logically goes ahead and wins the class because I think he's one that is the heaviest muscled, still best in terms of body, and is the best in terms of balance comparatively. Now, is he perfect in terms of balance? Not necessarily. But just his center body, his top shape, and his hip, I think he's the calf in terms of that with his free of waist up there through his front is the best logical place for me to go ahead and start the class with. The Hereford marked one, you sure like him again in terms of center body. Gives us that stoutness of look from the side. Where I get right in there behind him, he disappoints me just a little bit. I'd like to see a little more width and spread. He gets a little closed up in terms of his hip there for me. Got just a little bit plainer in terms of his neck. But center body, the way he's put together in his top shape, his underlying balance, I think is really well. A nice calf there to fit right there in a second, and definitely one that you talk about could be up there. Then we get in a trio of steers that have some similarities. They're all three tighter heighted, but they got some turn to their top, need a little more time on feed. The next steer I used of yours, young lady, I thought he had a little bit more true dimension down his top and out there through his hip, a little fresher to the handle as we can bear there. Young man there to his steer, I think has some muscularity. I think he just needs just a little bit more feed, just not a little drier to the touch there of one. I think that's been on feed a little bit harder, but still he's long-bodied, long-sided. The black baldy steer, young man calls Expo. I like his length of body, just a little frailer and probably just gives up a little bit more in terms of muscle. But again, compliments those exhibitors here in your Crossbred show.
Thank you, Judge. Winning class 23 is 552, Brian Lambert from Lowndes County. In second is 125, Tyler E. Cleveland from Blount County. Third is 566, Kimberly Evans from Conecuh. In fourth is 556, William Sanders from Escambia. And in fifth is entry 98, Cole Pageant from Conecuh. We have class 24 coming in. We have 5 entries, averaging in weight from 1120 to 1180. First in is 551, Brian Lambert from Lowndes. 86 is Olivia Roberts from Coleman. Entry 124 is Tyler Cleveland from Blount. 863 is Johnny Sexton from Escambia. 411 is so we had a scratch, so we only have 4 entries.
Again, here at the Crossbred Show, again, a very, very nice class here that we can talk about steers that have got some quality, got some kind to them. You know, the steer to go ahead and start with, we're working our way up a little bit there. We're not to, not to market weight divisions there, but the steer I think that I go ahead and find pretty handedly. He's got a really good show look to him. He's got a good presence about him. He's stout in terms of his foot and bone, still has some muscularity to him. I think he still needs some time, days on feed to get there in terms of just sheer maturity and just softness in terms of front to rear. But I like the pieces that he's putting together at this stage of his development. I think a good spot to go ahead and start with. The steer in second, young lady, he's really good when you talk about his upper skeleton and his center body. His body is awesome in terms of his rib shape, his turn to his top, his depth of rib, full rib to rear rib and flank. I like that about him. You know, for me, comparatively, he's just a little bit lighter in terms of his bone, and I'd like to just put him hock to ground structure just a little bit better to match up with that steer to go ahead and win that class. But it's still a very, very nice individual cattle that's got a lot of body, a lot of dimension. Next two is where we kind of made the decision. Young man had the class winner there before. You know, a little more natural again in terms of presentation compared to them two cattle right there ahead of him. But as we compare these two cattle here in front of us, this calf has just got more rib shape, more muscle, and a little more stoutness in terms of bone and structure. Now, he gets a little rounder in terms of his shape. I'd like to smooth him up there just a little bit, but I think that's where he's at. Young man steer comes here in fourth. He's got some thickness to his top, and I like just some production traits that he does have from that standpoint. But when we look at putting some totals together, I think he runs out of balance. He's a little more refined in terms of his stoutness of foot and bone, and needs just a little more depth to his flank to compete a little higher. But still a good thick steer. Nice class again as we compete right through here on a very, very good Crossbred show. Again, I hope you're enjoying as well as I am here.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 24 is entry 86, Olivia Roberts from Coleman County. In second is 124, Tyler Cleveland from Blount County. In third is 551, Brian Lambert from Lyons County. And in fourth is 863, Johnny Sexton from Escambia. Class 25 is coming in. These steers average in weight from 1245 to 1345. First in is entry 289. That's Tyson Burton from St. Clair County. 101 is Emma Grace Paget from Conecuh. 7 is Jack Redmond from Pike County. 57 is Christian Salmon from Geneva. 87 is Gus Ashley from Montgomery.
we cruise right along here in your show, and we get some of that there. And I tell you, we just and I want to do it when we do it, but I think it's appropriate at this point. But it takes ring help, for that young lady to have a little bit of help. But we've got good volunteers out here that want to help these young people do the best they could do. So they're not necessarily having fun, but they're doing their job. Give them a nice round of applause. We sure appreciate good ring help out here to help put on a show. You'll definitely have that some days as you go. As we get out here in this drive of steers at your Crossbred show, and it's a nice drive, but we've got a lot of gap between the steer to go ahead and win the class with from there as we get past that. That fellow there he has got some really good things that we can look and talk about. He's got a big time look in just terms of stoutness, a hip, and still got some balance, still got some eye appeal, got some look. I like that about him. I know the young man was frustrated. He's starting to shuck a little bit of hair, rubbed off a few spots, but hey, that's part of it this time of year. The calf still is good. Now, he is moderate in terms of his size, but I tell you, that's still got a show steer look, good, powerful calf. Going to be fun to look at. Congratulations to him for putting the effort and bringing us a one of that kind of quality for us to see here today. That gold calf here to come here, or young man calls him Smokey. He fits there, I think, just next best in terms of bone structure, in terms of angle. Still got some muscularity, still got some balance and kind. I think just as logically as our class winner started the day, I think he logically fit right there in that second hole just as well. Young lady's got red. He's a very muscular steer. He's high cutability. I like his top shape. I like his hip. He's got some shape to him. I like the dimension. He's clean about his front end. He just needs to be changed from a structure standpoint. Too straight up there in his front shoulder. Got a little swelling right there on that rear hock just a little bit. We just like to, that's where I think when you stouten these cattle up in terms of structure, foot and bone, and gives them that ability to handle their joints a little bit better. That's why we talk about putting them cattle with a little more stoutness in terms of structure, so they can handle that extra frame and weight they've got to keep their joints kind of in place. Young lady, you're doing a good job. That calf's got you outweighed a little bit, got a lot of power, but we're surviving through, and I know I thanked your ring help for you nonetheless. That's a good practical calf. Got some muscularity, got some shape. He had advantage and balance over the young man steer coming out here next. Young man, you did a good job of showing. He acted well. He gives us a nice look in terms of the way his neck comes high out of his shoulder. For me, just run out of muscle in terms of lower quarter, did have quite that balance, but still a good-bodied calf. You've been doing a good job of working with him, getting him broke, getting him fed. My compliments to you. So give him a nice round of applause. They head out of here. Good Crossbred steer class.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 25 is entry 87, Gus Ashley from Montgomery. In second is entry 7, Jack Redmond from Pike County. Third is 289, Tyson Burton from St. Clair. Fourth is 101, Emma Grace Paget from Conecuh. And fifth is entry 57, Christian Salmon from Geneva. Class 26 is coming in. These steers averaging weight from 1360 to 1450. First in is 483, Kate Allen from Chambers County. 569 is Emma Wiggins from Mobile. 421 is Etta Hudson from Coleman. 142 is Huck Simmerall from Mobile. 309 is Mackenzie Hornbuckle from Morgan.
can always tell when kind of the show heats up or warms up a little bit, gets a little quieter. Everybody kind of nuzzles a little closer to get up here ringside and take a look. But folks, I hope you can appreciate when you get out here. And I'm telling you, for a fellow that's got a chance to had great privilege to judge a lot of different things in a lot of different parts of the world, you've got 3 high-quality show steers here that we can look and talk about. Now, you've got some differences, and what happens when you get out here, it just kind of, as you go through them 3 in terms of where they're placed, like that young lady in third there, you know, you get a different draw, somebody that puts some emphasis in just different areas. These things could be changed differently, but when you go through and you put some things together that I've been talking about, what I like as a show judge, I get really comfortable with the steer to go ahead and win the class. One, is he highly presented? Absolutely. But for some things that I talk about or have been talking about here today, he's the best of his structure of the 3 cattle right here in the front. He's awesome from the side in terms of balance. When you look at him there, you talk about proportionality, you talk about way he fits together. He blends good from his shoulder to his forerib. He's still got some width of chest, but he's awesome from his underline, his chest floor back to his rear rib and flank. Still got some stoutness of bone, not the stoutest boned, you know, and as I tell somebody, I'm not necessarily one to pick the EST or the biggest or the stoutest or have to be the most extreme in one area. The only EST I want is a B in front of it for the best, and I think that one is by far the best steer in this drive. The Baldy calf, you know, I think he's got a good look to him. He's probably a little fresher and longer about his, you know, in his jaw, into his neck, and into his chest, and just length of front end versus my class winner. But, you know, as you get on there, and I don't know if we're maybe just losing a little bit of hair, but I just didn't think that calf, you get right up on top of him, had as near as much top shape, actual true width and dimension right out the back side of his shoulder coming out there compared to our class winner. He's got a high-quality look. He's highly presented. That's a very, very nice calf, and I think just the other thing as we talk about, maybe because not quite as soft up there at his front shoulder as that calf coming out there to win the class, but that's a high-quality steer that's got a really, really good look to him. The steer here in third, and this is what I talk about to folks that like extra power, extra stoutness. He is stout in terms of his feature. He's stout in terms of his upper hip, but now some things as you go through, and I don't want to necessarily just totally absolutely just break that calf down a little bit, but for me, as you get in there and that calf comes too wide in terms of his front end, his front knee wants to go forward just a little bit, and if you listen to me all day, I talked about top shape matching hip. He's one that is, his top shape don't match his hip just in terms of just true dimension. He's just so bold and dimensional in there, so I just didn't know if he fit together quite good enough for me personally. But young lady, that's still one heck of a steer. You did a good job of having you and your crew take care of that calf, get him ready, get him fit right here for the show, and I can like and appreciate that about him really well. The next steer coming out, he's got some body, he's got some shape, he's got some dimension. He's not as just tricked out as some of those show pieces as those 3 steers right ahead of him, but hey, that's still really good cattle. That's good in terms of muscularity, good in terms of balance. He does a lot of things, just gives up a little bit more to those 3 really nice ones right there ahead of him. The next one coming out there is still clean in terms of his front end, but he's good in terms of balance. He just, of this class, becomes a flatter hipped, lighter muscled steer within this drive. But again, don't take anything away. That calf's got a lot of good to him. He's right there in a tough heat. Young man did a nice job of getting him showed and presented, and it's very commendable for that, and ought to be very proud of what he brought here to town to represent that class. So give him a nice round of applause. Compliments to those steer exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 26 is entry 483, Kate Allen from Chambers County. In second, entry 421 is Etta Hudson from Coleman County. In third is 309, Mackenzie Hornbuckle from Morgan County. 569 is in fourth. That's Emma Wiggins from Mobile County. And entry 142 is Huck Sumrall from Mobile County. Class 27's coming in. These steers weigh from 1435 to 1530. Entry 156, Shay McCain is from Clay County. 543 is Bryn Lake from Winston County. 395 is Jesse Maples from Lee. 537 is John English from Escambia. 221 is Michaela Walker from Madison.
Tell you what, you guys having fun looking at this kind of quality? This is good stuff. I tell you what, it is. Give them a hand. Yeah. You know, we want to come out and, you know, this is what we want to see when you come out here and see, you know, see cattle that are presented to the highest level of anybody. You can go anywhere in the country because it's easy for us to come here and admire. There's a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of effort goes into this, you know, to get these cattle, you know, one, to act like they're supposed to, two, to look like they can. I don't know how many of you've tried to do it. There's a time in my life I used to want to try, and it's passed me on the years a little bit, but you know, I surely appreciate, you know, that aspect of it. So the two steers we got here, I think, are very, very high quality. They just got some differences, and there's things that you look and you talk about. Now, for me, if you've seen me judge before, maybe you have. If you remember, when we come here into the market steer, and I think the difference between these two and what I like is, you know, I'm a center body guy. I talk about those cattle, and I talked about it all day. And if you're going to be consistent with what you're after, if you're going to talk it, you got to back it up and do what you like. But I like them cattle that got center body. I like them cattle that are good in the way they blend from their shoulder to the forerib, got some chest capacity high to low. I think that's where this calf is exceptional, and I think that's where he goes ahead and wins the class in terms of body and balance, the way he puts some things together, and just a softness package. I think he does it really to a high degree. Now, I will say where the advantage of the steer in second has got two advantages over my class winner. He's longer and nicer about his neck, but the big advantage my steer in second has over my class winner, and what I like about, and sometimes if you heard me, and I'll talk about and preach quite a little bit, if you want to talk about true balance of cattle, true balance in terms of how they put together and how they maintain their balance, when you're judging a show, you can't do it standing there. These kids are so good at showing. They get them set up and they get them showed so well. You got to get them out of motion. That's, young lady, what I love about your steer. He's beautiful in terms of his balance. He stays proportional when I put that calf in motion. I love that about him. As he went back around, that's where I thought your calf was going to be one that's going to start with. But as we go through, and I love his balance, as I get out here and we take a look at it right there, you know, one, as I pick on, that calf needs to be expanded right there behind his shoulder into his forerib, needs a little bit more body dimension. At this weight, what he becomes is a little bit prospecty yet for me. I still want a little more fat steer. Look, I'm not taking it less. You did a great job of showing. You stuck the heck out of that calf. He's got a great look. You've got a good steer. You just come up on the short side of your judge's preference of where he likes. My compliments to you on a good individual. Steer in third, big bodied. He has a better midsection than the steer right there ahead of him. He just, as we put his hip and the neck in there, just doesn't compete with that. But that's a high quality individual for his own right, just in terms of balance and kind and practicality. I sure cannot do nothing but brag about a calf like that and how much good he has to him. The black steer coming out here next, you know, he's good in terms of just neck comes out of his shoulder, good in his top line. He gets a little bit, gives up a little bit in terms of needs a little more rear flank to match his chest. So when I back off him and look at him from a balance standpoint, we're a little disproportional to the front third versus the rear third, but not anything you can do from a showmanship. That's just where we're going to have to change that calf to go ahead and make him be a little more competitive in that class. Young lady, your steer's got a good look. He's clean in terms of his front end. He's got some muscularity. I just got to clean him up and change him down in his tail head, give him a little more rear rib and flank as well to just give him a little bit more balance. He's a good calf, a lot of good to him. That's a tough class, been a great show. Compliments to you on a really good individual as well. So give her a round of applause and those out of there again. Very, very nice class.
Thank you, Judge. Winning class 27 is entry 543, Bryn Lake from Winston County. In second is 395, Jesse Maples from Lee. In third is 221, Michaela Walker from Madison. In fourth is 537, John English from Escambia. Entry 156 is fifth. That's Shay McCain from Clay County. I'm going to hand the mic over to Mr. Jimmy Parnell from Farmers Federation for some comments.
Before we come in with the championship drive of the Crossbreds, I want to tell you we're going to do something a little different. The judge has requested that he place a top 5 in this division. Due to the depth and quality of these cattle, the judge has requested to place 5 rather than the normal, champion, and reserve. So just be aware of that. We will be short of ribbons for those 3 additional calves, but we want to do what the judge wants.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Now you understand what the judge was talking about in the quality. Okay, your class winner from class 21, entry 423, is Catherine Evans from Mobile. From class 22 is entry 16, Mary A. Martin from Lee. From class 23 is entry 552, Brian Lambert from Lowndes. From class 24 is entry 86, Olivia Roberts from Coleman. From class 25, entry 87 is Gus Ashley from Montgomery. Class 26 is 483, Kate Allen from Chambers County. And from class 27 is entry 543, Bryn Lake from Winston County. As Mr. Parnell said, the judge will be choosing your champion, reserve champion, 3, 4th, and 5th in the crossbred market animals.
As we get out here, folks, what a nice set of crossbreds, isn't it? I know we've had really a good show, but compliments there to these exhibitors. And I didn't mean to make it where we'd change your show and how you go about doing it. I just asked a question. I think it's got some logic to it. You know, the Crossbred show has been so exceptional. Your top end is so good. If we're going to get through and actually get a true top five of your show, I think, I just think that it's more than necessary for the folks to, to be able to see that kind of quality. But I'm here to tell you, I was prepared to come back down here and do a good show for you. I really was. I just didn't know if I was really prepared mentally, to come out here and see this kind of quality. My hat's off to you. You guys, put the effort forth, and you've got it in terms of where you're putting out here. We'll talk about these things just a little bit as we come out here and just to break them down, just to know exactly where you're at. And going through, and you not to forget about her. She's still in the crossbred division, but that 900-pounder won that first class. That was a challenging class for me to put together. We had some differences. I liked his length of front, nice calf. The gray baldy, he's good from the side, a little more maternal in terms of his build, but he's good. He's good in terms of his rib, good in terms of look. Young man out there had a good practical calf, won that class pretty handily in terms of just rib shape and muscle and stoutness. Good practical calf. It does good. Doesn't maybe have the bells and whistles of the show steers here closer to this end or the ones behind him, but I do compliment you for still a nice calf. The other steer coming out here, the gray calf, he's got some good pieces to him. He's long in his front end. He's still stout in his bone work. He's got some shape. He matches up with the show steers right there behind him. He just ain't there from a maturity and stoutness power standpoint, but a good calf. Young man, when his calf came out in that class, he was pretty handily my class winner, and I talked about his just squareness and just show steer look to him. He's moderate in terms of his size, but he's really well balanced. He's opened up in terms of his rib. I like that shape. I like the levelness and squareness to his hip. He just does a lot of things really well. He's a little more moderate than the two behind him, but I think for his weight and size, I think he is good. If I would, the spot I'm going to pick on him just a little bit is how he comes out of his hind leg when we put him in motion. I'd like to just free him up a little bit in terms of his rear hock and put it down a little softer. He's very fortunate, I think to be in this surface is very good and very concerning. But he is definitely a player of these three. Don't take it out of track that I'm picking on one that I don't think that he's not in the discussion to win this show, because anytime you can make a show steer that stout, that burly, that good looking, that well presented, he's definitely in the mix. Steer coming on that next class, and you talked about there, we had that good baldy calf and that real stout burly one that was third. And this calf just fit me as I talk about center body and balance. I think this calf is just beautiful in terms of balance. He's not the longest from the tip of his nose to his shoulder, a few of the other cattle out here in this drive, but to me, everything fits together so well. He's just so balanced. You get right on top of him. He has got a big old back in him, and his top is wide, and presentation is real good. As we get out here and compare him back to some of the other cattle where I pick on him a little bit, I talked about his neck really doesn't bother me at all in terms of where it is, because I think he's good enough in terms of front where everything bounces. Maybe stouting that thing a little bit up there just in terms of his lower bone work compared to the two cattle on either side of him. But I love his balance. I love his kind, and I definitely think that is one that, fits the bill what we're talking about. Get this here black and white calf, is one that come out of that bigger class. We just talked about him in class, and he too is that good-bodied calf, and he beat that little more prospect. He built one that was right behind him. That little girl did a good job of showing, but I love that calf in terms of just center body and dimension and power. Still nice in terms of balance as he gets out here. There's times that the uber critical part of me, when he gets out here and he get him in motion, he gets pushing his front end just a little bit more than maybe I'd like to see. More of an identification as we go through there, but love his body, and I talked about being a center body guy. You sure like and appreciate that. So with that, we're going to go through. We're going to get you a whale, a set of steers here. But put your hands together. I'll take a quick look. We'll get you a champion reserve your Crossbred show.
Your champion Crossbred comes from Class 27. That's entry 543. Bryn Lake from Winston County. We need 395. Jesse Maples from Lee County in. Your reserve champion comes from Class 26. That's entry 483. Kate Allen from Chambers County. We need entry 421. Etta Hudson from Coleman County in. Your third overall is entry 395, Jesse Maples from Lee County. We need entry, third place, 221, Michaela Walker from Madison County. Your fourth overall comes from Class 25. That's entry 87, Gus Ashley from Montgomery County. We need entry 7, Jack Redmond from Pike County in. Your fifth overall comes from Class 26. Entry 421 is Etta Hudson from Coleman County. think we're having a meeting of the minds, getting all the results back from the ultrasound.
Ultrasound, or can we just say it's Ultrasound Challenge? He has the names, but they're not in any particular order. They're not in any particular order. He has the sheet. But they're written in first of 10, so don't call them in their order, because we don't want them to know who finished first and 10th right off the bat. So there's top 10 out of 31. Yep. That's their animal entry number right there. Animal entry number. Josh. 2 minutes. That is their, that's the animal. That is their entry number that we had to type into the computer. Yep, he's got it correct. That's the animal number. Yep. Yep. Thank you, sir. All right, we're about to, 2 minutes.
Okay, this is the ultrasound competition, and I'm going to call out numbers of the 10 out of the 31. This is in no rank of where they placed. This is a random number. I'm just going to tell you who is in the ring. Entry 151 is Victoria Thompson from Lee County. Entry 236 is Clay Lynn from Marshall County. Entry 132, Olivia Watson from Mobile County. Entry 566 is Kimberly Evans from Conecuh. Entry 472 is Jacob Duckett from Blount County. Entry 224 is Megan Crittenden from Elmore County. Entry 189 is Emma Wiggins from Mobile County. Entry 112, Abby Jo Gibson from Washington County. Entry 289 is Tyson Burton from St. Clair County. And entry 147 is Victoria Thompson from Lee County. I'm going to hand the mic over to Mr. Josh Elmore. He's going to tell you how this took place, and then he's going to tell you who won. So they're in no order of winning.
Thank you, Galen. I appreciate that. Enjoy working with the ultrasound competition. I've been doing it several years. We had 31 competitors this year in the contest. We've done the ultrasound contest for several years. For those of you that aren't familiar about how it works out, the calves are brought in and ultrasounded on Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening. The data is sorted, sent to the cup lab, and the measurements taken are using ultrasonography. We're using and measuring the ribeye area, the rib fat, and the quality grade of the animals as they're standing. We take a formula for that yield and then calculate our yield grade. We know the animal's quality grade. There's adjustments, positive and negative, based on how they fall. And then we sort the animals based on their carcass value assigned on the USDA calculator. So we use premiums and discounts based on the carcass equivalent for this week. We had, like I said, 31 competitors. The good news with all of this is the top 10 calves all hit the industry standards. Did exceptionally well. And so we're going to start with our 10th place calf, Megan Crittenden, calf number 224 from Elmore County. Ninth place calf, Victoria Thompson, number 147 from Lee County. Eighth place calf, Kimberly Evans, number 566 from Conecuh County. The seventh place calf, Abby Jo Gibson, number 112 from Washington County. Our sixth place calf, Clay Lynn, number 236 from Marshall County. As we move into our top five, Tyson Burton, number 281 from St. Clair County. Fourth place, Emma Wiggins, number 189 from Mobile County. Third place, Victoria Thompson, number 151 from Lee County. Second place, Jacob Duquette, number 472 from Blount County. And our first place calf, Alvia Watson from Mobile County, number 132. This calf was a 1535 live weight, 967 on hot carcass, had 4/10 back fat, a 15.1 inch ribeye, yield grade of 2.89 and low choice. It's a great calf that hits the industry standards. All the competitors, congratulations on the job you did. Thank you for entering the contest.
Thank you, Josh.
Mr. Elmore in this setting. I'm sorry.
Let me ask Mr. Parnell, but I believe we decided that it was not set up like that.
I'm coming to get your picture. You know they want pictures. You know they want. Okay, get your mic on. Okay. I got you now. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Got it. Thank y'all.
They're going to do it the way it's on the sheet paper. Yeah, and then heifers go separate.
Okay, here's what everybody came for today. These are your breed winners from each of the divisions. First in, we have entry 488. That's Carson Fallon from Blount County with an AOB British. Then we have entry 459. That's Callie Ray Childers from Morgan County with a Shorthorn Plus. From our AOB Continental, we have entry 454. That's Caden Childers from Morgan County, AOB Continental. From our Charolais division, we have entry 205. That's Dow Boyd from Coffee County. From the Maine-Anjou, we have entry 308. That's Mackenzie Hornbuckle from Morgan County. From your maintainer division, we have entry 70. That's Lexi Bolden from Chilton County. From your Simmental influence, we have entry 176, Mason Smith from Marshall County. From your Crossbred division, we have entry 543. That's Bryn Lake from Winston County. The judge will be choosing your overall grand champion steer, reserve champion steer, third, fourth, and fifth as he goes down the line. While he's doing this, let's give him a big hand for the job he's doing with these great animals. Judge, I'm sitting up here thinking only a guy with a strong heart would get this condition going.
So to get out here, folks, it's been we talked about it. It's been a great show, and I will tell you, you know, and I try to get a few things to throw out here or talk about just a little bit. I think is very important. But again, you know, I started the day and I said thank you very much for the opportunity to come here and judge your show, and I did it. I think it was 5 years ago. Come did your heifer show. There they called, and I think they had somebody back out, or did have, because it hadn't been that long ago. And you know, and I've been very fortunate to judge a lot of different places. I don't mean it that way, other than the Lord has blessed me to be able to go out and do what I love to do. So, but when they called, I says, you know, I remember being in Alabama doing that heifer show, and I said, absolutely, I'd like to come back and do your show. And I said, the main thing what comes out here is, I said, I remember the hospitality being second to none. Everybody treated me very well last time, just the same as it is here. And not that these kids are any different, but these kids all will look you in the eye, and they'll take a look at you. They'll say, yes, sir, we'll go through. The ring is good. The ring help. It's been organized. It's been going. So when you get a chance to judge a show and do some things you like, you just take the opportunity. And I said, absolutely, we sure would. We've got through COVID as we got down there. We've kind of changed up a little bit. It's a pretty long drive because I just don't have the patience to want to try to fly anymore with the times and no guarantees of that. So we had a good time. My wife of 34 years sure come down and made a good partner to come with me. She likes to do this as well, or kind of follow me along, maybe not as much as I do, but folks, I eat, drink, sleep, and live this. This is my vacation to come down here and share with you, you know, some of my views and opinions, and you know, no matter where I'm at, it don't matter. I'm true to what I want, and if you followed me along all day, you should be able to pick up. But what do I like best about showing steers? You know, I think some things that we can get and that we miss out here in today's is you talk about there, and I tell you just a little story. When I was a young fellow, I went to go get my first club calf, or maybe I think our first one was a home raised one. I never had a lot of success in showing, but I remember we went with my dad in the pickup truck. We went up and got a club calf up there from Stutzman is up in Iowa City, Iowa. And we went there and we were standing back, and Dad kind of went through and made that selection. And I remember Roger said, hey, young man, take that calf home and you feed him and you put some elbow grease in on him, and that calf will turn out to be a nice calf. Boy, I thought, whew, it's all right. So I jumped in that truck. I sat there for a little bit. I looked over at Dad. I says, hey, do we get that elbow grease at the feed store, or where do we get that from? I did. I said that. I said, where do you get that from? He just kind of giggled. He looked over and he said, boy, that's the work you choose to put into it. And that's what you learn here. This is not an event when you get out here to the show calves and where they look. You don't have to tell anybody the work you put into it. It speaks for itself right here. There's a lot of hours, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that family barn to get these things to look at that. So I've been there, recognize that, and that's something good that we can get out of this. So, and I know we'll talk about that heifer, and not to ramble, but the other thing you guys are fortunate, I said that time before, is your Farm Bureau Federation. Those folks, we need a voice to tell that. We don't have the strength in our part of the world Now we're strongly agriculture, and we have a governor that's very, very good. But you guys, I'm so impressed. And come back down here. The voice you have, that they do make a difference, because we are what is there 1% of the U.S. population actually take care of livestock? Not very much. But one thing I will say, we got the best lifestyle, we got the best values, we teaching some work ethic, and there's a lot of, in livestock production, there's more heartache than there is success. So you learn that right away. So having somebody defend what we want to do, and we want to pass on this lifestyle. A guy doesn't, you're not a cowboy by just by wearing a hat and a pair of boots. It's how you act, how you do things, and how you act and interact with somebody. So those are some things I think are very important. I know it's something you've probably heard before and already know that, but it never gets old telling it, talking about it, doing it. So again, I've rambled on long enough. Your show's been good. We're going to have a spectacular top 5. I'm going to be proud as all get out to stand behind them, and I've been fortunate to stand behind some really nice ones and some pictures, but we're going to have 5 are going to picture up really well. So put your hands together for yourself, these young exhibitors, and we'll pick you a champion.
And don't run out as soon as he's finished, because we got to do the market heifers after he finishes the steers. Your grand champion comes from the Crossbred division. That's entry 543, Brian Lake from Winston County. We need 395, Jesse Maples from Lee County Inn. Your reserve comes from Crossbred also. That's entry 483, Kate Allen from Chambers County. Your third overall is entry 395. That's Jesse Maples from Lee County. Your fourth overall comes from the Crossbred division. It's entry 87, Gus Ashley from Montgomery County. Your fifth overall comes from your maintainer division. That's entry 70, Lexi Bolding from Chilton County. In just a few minutes, we'll start the market heifers. Okay, quick rundown. Your grand champion comes from the Crossbred breed. That's entry 543, Bryn Lake from Winston County. Your reserve comes also from the Crossbred. That's entry 483, Kate Allen from Chambers County. Third overall is entry 395, Jesse Maples from Lee County. Fourth overall, entry 87 is Gus Ashley from Montgomery. And your fifth overall comes from the maintainer division. That's entry 70, Lexi Bolding from Chilton County.
market steers a little bit longer. They get ready. Yeah, no doubt. It is pouring now. Kevin, did you get you a sandwich? I did. I say all the hog people are over here, so they must have got big checking people in.
shine, that flush on your cheeks is more than the wine. And he must do something that I didn't do. Whatever he's doing, it looks good on you. You look so good in love. You want him, that's easy to see. You look so good in love. I wish you still wanted me. He must have stolen some stars from the sky and gave them to you to wear in your eyes. I had my chances, but I set you free, and now I wonder why I couldn't see. You look so good in love. You want him, that's easy to see. You look so good in love. I wish you still wanted me. Darling, I've wasted a lot of years not seeing the real you. But tonight your beauty is shining through. And I never took the time to let you know. So before he takes you away, please let me say, you look so good in love. You want him, that's easy to see. You look so good in love. I wish you still wanted me. You look so I know you loved him a long time ago, and even now in my arms, you still want him, I know. But darling, this time let your memories die when you hold me to.
Okay, we're ready to start the market heifers.
Don't close your eyes.
This is class 29. These heifers average in weight from 880 to 970. First in is entry 448. That's Libby Bell from Houston County. Then we have 466, Jacob Duckett from Blount County. This division is sponsored by the Montgomery County Farmers Federation. that noise you hear is not the sky falling, it's just weeping.
As we get started here at your Market Heifer show, this is close in terms of placing. There's just not a lot of spread between these two heifers because I think they're very similar in terms of balance and muscularity and the way they kind of get around. But the biggest difference for me as I can bring them cattle back around and put them in motion, the heifer that I choose to start with is just better in the slope to her shoulder. She gets and moves out of her shoulder front end and maintains herself a little more comfortable than does the heifer there in second. I think that's just the minor slight difference that we have. The heifer in second, like her length of body, her top, her dimension, she does have a little more length of side from an advantage standpoint, but just gets a little tighter, a little straighter right at there in their front shoulder. But a really good heifer, really close placing between them two. Congratulations.
Winning class 29 is entry 448, Libby Bell from Houston County. In second is Jacob Duggett, entry 466 from Blount County. Class 30's coming in. We have 3 entries. These heifers weigh from 1,030 to 1,170. First in is 550, Brian Lambert from Lowndes County. 285 is White Johnston from Pike County. 419 is Bryce Guy from Elmore County.
As we get here to this class on market heifers, 3 very, very nice heifers we can look and talk about. And I think it gets close between the top 2, but they're just a little bit more heifer. Just when you talk about just sheer power, the way she opens up there, right there behind her shoulders in her full rib, her rib capacity and top shape, I do like that about her. And I do think she probably gets out and travels just a nickel better than what does my reserve champion, or second in this class. I'm sorry, I spoke ahead of myself. But the dark red heifer I sure like. The hip structure of my 1 and 2nd, I really like her. I just love her length of hip, her power dimension she has up high. She's good and deep in terms of her side, still has some shape in terms of her lower rib. But for me, when we talk about her just up in her front end structure, she's just too tight in terms of her fore rib, and she's leaning forward just a little bit much in terms of her front knee for me to go ahead and move her up any higher. But again, very nice heifer. I like her really well. Young man, a black heifer, what I like about her, she's long-bodied, she's got some dimension, she's a little bit loose in her lines, and what I mean by that is she's just a little bit rounded in terms of her hip, a little more underneath herself in terms of her hind leg. I'd like to sharpen up her balance just a little bit, but I like her length and extension to her body and some positive production traits she does have. But nice class of market heifers. Congratulations to those 3 exhibitors.
Winning Class 30 is entry 419. That's Bryce Guy from Elmore County. In second is 285, White Johnston from Pike County. In third is 550, Brian Lambert from Lowndes County. Class 31's coming in. We have 2 entries. These heifers weigh 1355 to 1370. First in is entry 440. That's Gracie Bell from Houston County. Entry 306 is Mackenzie Hornbuckle from Morgan County.
As we get down here, these heavier weight market heifers, got a nice pair of stout, kind of got some market characteristics and traits to them that we like to see. But as far as the discussion goes in terms of your class winner, young lady, your heifer, she does some things really well. And like I said, she handles her upper weight really well. She's got some length of body. She has some muscle. She's still good up into her neck and front end. Very nice individual. You did a good job showing her, and you sure like to look and appreciate one like that. Next heifer, I like her muscle, I like her stoutness, but when I stand back off her from the side, we need to change her balance just a little bit. When you look at her, she's a little bit out of balance in terms of proportion to the front third of her body, doesn't match up with the back third of her body. So if we could change her balance, I like her power, we'd move her ahead and move her up a little bit higher. But I enjoyed visiting with you, did a good job, did a great job of showing, and it's my pleasure to get evaluate your heifer.
Winning Class 31 is entry 306, Mackenzie Hornbuckle from Morgan County. In second is entry 440, Gracie Bell from Houston County. We're ready for our class winners to come back in for the market heifer division. From Class 29, we have entry 448, Libby Bell from Houston County. From Class 30, we have entry 419, Bryce Guy from Elmore County. From Class 31, we We have entry 306, Mackenzie Hornbuckle from Morgan County. Second place from class 29 is 466, Jacob Duckett from Blount County. Second place from class 30, entry 285 is Wyatt Johnston from Pike County. Second from class 31, entry 440 is Gracie Bell from Houston County. The judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion market heifers.
As we get out here, as we get these three class winners out here, just the same as we did your market steer show, we've got three very nice representatives to represent your market heifer division. They've got cattle, they've got some balance, got some muscle, still have some look, some show ring eye appeal. Young lady, you won that really tough class, and that was the pair that was as about as even as it could get, and I thought she just got out of her shoulder a little bit better. You know, she matches up here good in terms of body, gives up a little bit of size and power to the two behind her, but she's still good in her kind. Young man, your red heifer, I think she's got some dimension to her. She's got some natural turn to the upper part of her rib. She's still very attractive. She gets a little edgy in terms of her structure, but I like her dimension. She looked like a market heifer, and yet still looks like a show heifer the same way. Young lady there in the end with the black 1,370 pounder. I like how she carries her weight. She's got some length of body. She's got some stoutness. She got some foot and bone. She's got a really good look to her. So with that, I said so many good things. They ain't never said nothing wrong about her, so you're going to be my champion market heifer. Congratulations to you.
Your champion comes from class 31. That's entry 306, Mackenzie Hornbuckle from Morgan County. Your reserve champion comes from class 30. That's entry 419, Bryce Guy from Elmore County. That concludes the show for today. We appreciate all of you coming. Judge, thank you for coming and a great job. We will see y'all promptly 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I had 2